Hearing.
Oh, Sunday, down about the good news day. Secretary, can we do a roll call, please?
Yes. Member John Little
Present.
member Mike Archibald,
Present.
Secretary Christine Spina, present. Vice President Courtney Chavez, present. President Paul Madrid.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Superintendent, with the destination of date and time for holding this meeting done in accordance.
Mr. President, members of the board, yes, it was.
Board members, item number 6 is agreement and approval of content of agenda. I know there was some discussion about
Yeah.
Mr. President, I'd like to move that we move item 13 behind item 15 and table 14.6 for a hearing.
second. All in favor?
Aye.
So repeat that one more time.
We're gonna move item 13 executive session behind item 14 action items and table item 14.6 superintendent eval to the January meeting.
Motion carries. Next item is introduction of guests. Mr. Superintendent.
Mr. President, members of the board, I'll start with introducing I believe we have Regina Vecina from RBC. She'll be in the presentation a little bit later today for one of the action items. I'm not sure who the guest is. I'm going to assume that Tina Brownson, who is usually on our meetings. She's now our meeting attender again. And then I'm not sure Miss H. Boone is just showed up. She's attending remotely as well, and she's with RBC as well. So she'll be in a presentation a little bit later. What we'd like to do is go ahead and start with introduction of guests. We'll start from the back. We can start on this left column all the way from the back left corner, and then we'll work our way up the columns, and then we'll go over to this side. So starting at the back, gentlemen.
Brian Cooper. Brian Cooper. Warren Cooper.
Ken Trujillo, lead custodian at Bernalillo High School.
There you go.
Christine Trujillo, Kansas Light.
Viola Perea, Bernalillo High School, special education, educational assistant. Charge.
Principal Marco, number 1 sports fan. Coach Cobos, I'm the head football coach.
We're close.
Eric Callaway, assistant football coach. Emmanuel Christian, assistant football coach.
Thomas Banks.
Paulette Williams. Cody Woodall.
Indiana Madrid pro soccer coach in the Circle B branch.
Bob Tyler, security supervisor.
Mike Morales, security officer, Santo Domingo School.
Daphne Williams, security at Cetus Elementary.
Joe Nelson, security officer.
Holly Joe, Bernalillo Public Schools, Ada.
Kevin Joe, assistant football coach.
Michael Royce, assistant football coach.
We'll start with here, or actually, I'll start with work with you.
All right. Ira Hard, athletic director, Bernalillo Public Schools.
Elisa Sanchez Padilla, principal of High School. Alexis Perez, student body president. Christine Sloss, math teacher, Bernalillo High. Yes.
Jennifer Jaramillo, activities coordinator, Bernalillo High School. Amanda Prairie.
Gigi Perry, student athlete.
Coach G. Perry. James Castro, quarterback. Hill, football player. Basically, spinner. I'm not a football player.
Coach Miller, assistant coach.
Luis Castro, football player. Diego Sines.
Kenneth Size.
TJ Beta. Anthony Willie. Jaden Lovato. Avery Harris.
Sean Wallace, District Safety and Security Officer.
Sandy Darnell, Assistant to Superintendent.
Good evening, everyone. Gwen Maldonado, District Superintendent. Sorry, Deputy Superintendent Leadership.
Everyone, I'm Terry Darnell, Deputy Superintendent of Operations. Good evening, Eric James, Deputy Super over Business.
Thanks.
Hello, Mike Archibald, board member.
Hoy Hopa, when you at essay, Isihan Nuchita, Christine Swina, Coach T Pueblo, District 1 board member.
Matt Matania, Superintendent.
For now. John Goulet, District 2 for BPS, Penny Borges, Movie.
Cordy Chavez, District 4, the Bernalillo area.
I'm Paul Madrid, I'm a school board member as well. Thank you everyone for coming and for attending. The better part was the couple that stood up. So like when Thomas stood up to introduce himself and then his wife stands up right after him, I'm like hoping that she's gonna say his boss. But thank you all for coming. We kind of have a packed, busy agenda, and so let's get to it. Mr. Superintendent, did anybody sign up for public comment?
Nobody signed up for public comment.
Item number 9, do you have anybody, or is there anyone on for any?
I don't see anybody on the call, and I don't think anybody in the boardroom is.
All right, now the best part of all of our meetings. Item number 10, recognitions. Employee of the month. Mr. Superintendent, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. This is always the funnest part of our regular meetings. We have started a tradition for those of you that are new to being in a board meeting. We started a tradition last year where we have a traveling trophy. So everybody that gets awarded as an employee of the month will get a traveling trophy. I don't know why Ms. Maldonado was shaking her head because
I still a process.
Your process. I have my keys, I'll hand them over. So first we'll start off with our instructional support of the month. Our instructional support of the month is anybody that supports instruction in some way, not necessarily a teacher, but counselors, educational assistants, people that are in our schools that are supporting how students are receiving instructional services. And so our instructional support of the month this year is Ms. Viola Perea from Bernalillo High School. Viola. Viola, we have a traveling trophy this year. We're gonna give it back when we have our next board meeting. But what the goal is that you decorate it, make it yours. So something that symbolizes you and Bernalillo High School. So congratulations. Here's the gift certificate from the district, and then here's a certificate of recognition in the district. Viola, if you read the things that were said about her in the recommendation, what it says is she's willing to do anything that is asked of her at any time that it's asked of her. And like my mom always says, con buenas ganas, with the best of intentions. And so, Viola, thank you for everything you do. I used to be an educational assistant for special education, so I really appreciate the work that you do.
And love my daughter.
Right away. Here we go with the short.
All right, ready? You ready, Miss Viola? Yeah, okay, ready.
Season 4 slides.
Just so you know, you're never gonna get nominated.
Next, we're gonna honor our teacher of the month. This year's teacher of the month is kind of like, even though she's only been with the district for a very short amount of time, it's kind of like a lifetime achievement, because immediately when she came to our district, she started being a mover and shaker and started turning things around in her particular department. Christine Skloss is our teacher of the month. You know, make it your own. You can do whatever you want. And you'll see some other things that are there. There's a gift certificate from the district.
Whatever in accordance with board policy.
Absolutely.
Start back. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Gotcha.
Congratulations. Our next, our operational support of the month, and that one actually has a sponsor. Dr. Eric James, that didn't come up, Wire Nut Electric, Dr. Eric James, the owner of the business. This is the operational support of the month is honoring those individuals that support our schools. They don't necessarily support our schools in instruction, they don't support, but our schools don't function without them. Our custodians, our maintenance, our individuals that make sure that we can open up the doors every single day to provide instruction. And this month's operational support of the month, again, is kind of like a lifetime achievement, maybe a little bit longer tenure. Ken Trujillo is down there. His belt, last year's winner lost it, can't find it, so you have to start over. So you have to start with the decorations yourself. Maybe you can. There's a gift to Dr. Eric James.
We want to recognize you. Thank you.
And then it I will never have that. Ever. All right, there we go. 1, 2.
Well, our administrator of the month actually is not here, and she's not on the call because she's traveling to go spend Christmas with her son. That is sponsored by MA Strategies. Mike Architect is the proprietor of the company. Our administrator of the month is actually also a current teacher, a math teacher at Bernalillo High School. That's Lynette Duell, who is an administrator here at the district office, but has, I think, pitched in at Bernalillo High School a lot this fall. And I think the high school really wanted to recognize her for everything she's done to support them. So Lynette, if anybody sees Lynette, please let her know. And last but not least, I should have brought the belt because it got blinged up, right? They got blinged up because Sarah Armstrong was, you know, Sarah, you can imagine what she did to that belt. Last but not least, actually, most importantly, while we're here are for students. And this is what the board has charged this district with doing. This is why we're here, our student of the month. And I will again say, this is a lifetime achievement award. As long as I've been here 3 years, this is a student that has come into my lens on a daily basis. Alexis Prairie is our student of the month for the month. You actually have a blinged up one, so you got some work to do because the students have done a really good job with their tracking. And that's Circle B Ranch is the sponsor of the student of the month. Indiana Madrid is going to deposit picture.
Yeah, I got a lot of people. Yeah. Alright, are you ready? Ready, 1, 2, 3. Got it.
Okay, now we're recognizing a special group of young individuals that have not only brought a great amount of joy to us to be able to experience watching them play, but brings great pride to not just us, the school, but the 15 communities that we serve up and down the Rio Grande, all the way from Placitas to Temes Pueblos. You guys represent the best of what we represent. I told Lisa, the principal, she started with the high bar. You know, your first year as a principal, you get to start with the first time in the history of Bernalillo High School that we won a playoff game for Bernalillo High School football team. First time in the history of Bernalillo High School. But you guys have done an amazing job of representing us. That was a great joy for you guys. So we're going to start. I'm going to call names, and I'm going to ask the board members to come here. We're going to get started pretty quickly. Not everybody's here, so we'll call names. Please get up immediately so I know, and otherwise I'm going to hand them over. Board members are going to come up here.
Should we let the, especially quite a few, maybe we'll get
Stand in the
back.
back if you want to put your chair back in. Okay. Will you discuss that? And then just stand here. Josh Barajas.
He's not here.
Anthony Willie, I saw him here. Dominic Doss. Kenneth Seiss. Dusty DeBeer. Nathan Encinas. Oh, he's gonna go off to oh. This is why they were successful. If you zig, they zag. Sorry. Gabriel, for you. Women's football. Uriel Castro. Mason McChrystal. Josiah Samuel. Juan Ruiz. Bradley Waddell. Ryan Berg. Lauren Downey. How would I say? Terrence Munoz. Ryan Puente. Avery Gutierrez.
Yes.
Get you another one because you introduced yourself twice, man. Jameson Sanchez. Andres Suazo. Lee Miller. David Abita.
Yeah.
Darren, what's up?
Garrett, no.
Diego Vigil. Mario Molina, that's my real. Edgar Candelas Flores. Kobe Sanchez. Cisco Ruiz. Sean Armijo. Brayden Flores. Joseph Duran.
No.
Xavier Lucero. Vidal Chavez. Elijah Cortamita. Isaiah Rogers. Thomas Moffett. Dylan Villanueva Jimenez. Matthew Lovato. Jaden Lovato. Kristen Lovato. Justin Shamur. Warren Cooper. There he is. Rylan Masawitsa. John. Okay, starting with our coaches now. We have assistant coach. I'm missing him? Yeah. Anthony Crispin. Anthony Crispin wasn't there. Come up, Anthony. Okay, starting with our assistant coaches. Assistant coach Gary Calloway. I'll announce the coach. I don't think all of them are here, but Michael Gormley is assistant coach. No, he's not here. Assistant coach Jermaine McChristen.
We can't see back there.
We see better. Assistant coach Rob Robeson is not here. No, it's not tonight. Assistant coach Michael Royce. Assistant coach Jose Scott is not here. Assistant coach Blake Miller. Thank you, sir. Assistant coach Kevin Jones. And last but not least.
Good job. Let's give us.
Last but not least, I believe the Metro Coach of the Year, 3 to 5A Metro Coach of the Year. I think this is not the first time you've been the coach of the year in the state or in this area, right? I think you won it in 2020. John Cobos. John has like a 20-minute speech though, so.
What's better? How are you getting the board out there?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
Right?
I
I was like, I can't see you. I'm all, oh, okay. You can see me, okay? Okay, I hope so. Gotcha.
Coach Cobos, would you like to say a few things?
I just wanna say thank you. My wife is here tonight, and I don't think everybody understands how much time it takes to create a successful program like we're doing here. My wife gives me a lot of grace. I've gone a bunch meetings, practice with these boys. And so I just want to make sure to give her all the love and thanks for allowing me to do what I do. To my admin, for giving me the support that I need, to the board, to Superintendent Montano, for allowing me to be here in the district. This is my 16th year, my 9th year as the head coach. And I can't forget Coach Darnell. He believed in me the first day that I took over this program. There was a lot of times when I second guessed myself or doubted myself. In my first year, a lot of people don't know, but I went 0-10. So when I talk to some of the younger coaches, I've had some talks with Indiana, I've had some talks with Marissa Valencia, and I tell them, right, you got to change the culture. You got to have something for these kids to buy into. And my coaching staff is absolutely amazing. Each one of them is different, and I've had to earn their trust. And I'm very fortunate to call them my colleagues. When we go out and work, I'm not the head coach, I'm a coach. I go out and we work and we all are in the trenches together. I don't ask them to do anything that I wouldn't do. So I'm blessed to have that group of guys with me. And I'm blessed to be able to be the head football coach at Bernalillo. With success comes people always trying to take, right? And the grass isn't always green on the other side. I am proud to be here at Bernalillo. And if Ira has me back, I plan on being here for the 10th year next year. And I believe if Coach Darnell can correct me, I believe this year I tied Coach Noel for being 9 years as head coach. Next year, I'll be the longest tenured head coach here at Bernalillo High School. So I'm blessed. I'm blessed to have this group and the support. The support is everything. It really is. Ken, I see you back there. I'm so happy for you tonight. Man, you worked so hard, man, and we see it. Thank you for everything that you do.
How many all district?
Oh, let me tell you that right now. Yeah, record breaking for sure. We talked about record breaking. Superintendent Montano talked about our first win. It was a home win, which was great. We back in, I think it was 2010. Is that right, Royce? We had a home playoff game, but we lost, unfortunately. So this year was kind of cool. But for all district, and we played in the toughest district in the state. Obviously, Portales and Lovington won our district, and they were in the state championship. These guys battled with them. 19-19 with Lovington going into the fourth quarter in Lovington. We lost to Portales for the first time, 36-0. And then the playoffs ended up being 17-0. There were some things that kind of didn't go our way down there. But we had 23 total all-district kids, 11 first-teamers, 5 second-teamers, 6 honorable mentions, and Ed was our special teams MVP. So coming out of that district is pretty tough. For all Metro, which is all the 3A through 5A schools in the metro area for Moriarty, Los Lunas, and the Albuquerque area, we had 15 total, 9 first-teamers, 4 second-teamers, 1 special recognition player, 1 all-academic. And then in state, which is the toughest to me, right? All state is just tough. It really is. And we would have liked to have gotten a lot more, but we were very fortunate to have 9 players on the all-state team, okay? 4 first-teamers, 3 second-teamers, 1 honorable mention, and Mason Espinda McChristensen represented us in the the big school all-star game, which is the 4A through 6A down in Artesia, and he started at safety. So that's a huge, that's just a huge feat for representing our program, representing our community, representing our high school. So those are some of the things, but one of the most important things, people say or think that sometimes as coaches, all we think about is athletics. Right? If anybody knows me, the one thing they'll know about is that I'm hard on academics. Okay, we are hard on academics, and you can ask my players, and they'll tell you. Okay, I know grades are final tomorrow, and they all know what their grades are, and we really are on it. So we had this year, out of 49 players, we had 35 all academic hits on our team. Okay, so 35. We understand the expectation and what we want for them to be a part of the team, right? That's something that we're trying, as far as changing the culture, we're trying to get them to understand they are student athletes. It's great to go out and represent the community like we did this year. And man, on the way out to our playoff game, all the support, we saw district office come out and give us some love. That was really, really cool, really special. And next year we plan to go even farther. So we're already hard at work, I promise you. So thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Go ahead, buddy. Cool. I think it's just Matt.
Coach, thank you guys, thank you. Congratulations.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
I want to see y'all get a break. Let's go. I don't know. Just let me clap it around. Let's go. That's true. 5 minutes is crazy.
I want to thank everyone, the football players, for all you guys do. Everyone knows I'm a huge athletic supporter and a huge football fan. Coach Cobos, you need to do this more often to get more tips, because I get to wear my hoodie to the board meetings. And but you guys accomplished a lot. It was really fun and exciting. It brings spirit, and it brings community, and it brings all the things that make it district, make our community tighter and better. You guys really work hard. I don't know if you guys realize it or not, but people might not be in the games or at the stands, but people know your names. They're talking in the football or in the post office, who's who and what's what, and it's really exciting. It sends a buzz all the way down to Cristiano knows who you guys are. He knows your names. He's gonna beat you one day, and it's really exciting. And I think the impact that you guys have on our community is tremendous. Coaches, we couldn't do it without you. Coach Cobos, you know, you've taken care of 2 of mine and a third now, and hopefully you'll be the 20 years for Cristiano. So you're not going nowhere. But thank you guys, congratulations on all that you did. I think it's really impressive, and we look forward to watching the next 10. With regards to the recognition awards, that's always the best part for me, for the students, and for the administration and staff. Christine, Viola, Kenny, Miss Lynette, the things that you guys do and the contributions that you guys make every single day in the trenches. Sometimes it might feel like it goes unnoticed, might feel like you're not achieving, but we all hear about you, we all see you, and we all thank you from the bottom of our hearts up here. We really do know, and we really do try to pay attention as much as we can. So thank you guys. And I'm going to save the best for last. So student of the month, right? We're here to acknowledge you, and we really appreciate what you're doing. Your folks in the back, right behind you, you don't get here without them. So you have that support that we want for so many others. One of the big pushes from the district and from our activities coordinators, the community events, to bring all these folks together to really make that so that they can endure. Because time and time again, when we have these student athletes come up, you guys are the epitome of what we want. You're the model student. And always behind you, there's that family support, and so that's where we hope to go with things. So thank you so much and congratulations to you. And board members, would you guys like to jump in? Please do. I think, we're getting ready for Christmas. I think everyone would like to hear. We got a big audience, and Cole didn't do his 20-minute speech. So we're about time.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the football team, I think our high school is the satellite that our northern communities look to come be a part of this bigger community down here. It's great to see the team representing so many of our communities throughout the district. So thank you for including that. To our staff, I know it's been a long year and we're halfway there. So I appreciate the work that you guys are doing. I hope that you'll take this time over the Christmas break to rest, recharge. We have plenty more waiting for you when you get back.
Start there.
Oh, I thought you were saving for last.
And there is a time where.
No, just a couple of shout outs. I know they're gonna have some wonderful things to say. I want to thank the staff, the recognition awards. Thank you so much for all the hard work you all do. The young lady sitting up front, CHS, the student council president, 1982. Special play in my heart. I'm one of the oldest members here, Corey Fuller and me, so I'll hear that. So, coaching staff, former Bernalillo High School coach, 12 years, baseball, and spent a lot of time supporting Bernalillo athletics. I've been supporting Bernalillo athletics since I was 7 years old. So I was there for every game. And Paul's right on. Our president is right on. We get to know you guys as athletes. We know who you are. We know you're part of this community. You represent the community, and you did that well this year. So my shout out to the student athletes. I say student athletes because I know how important it is in order for you to stay eligible. And the NMA rulings and school puts a lot of other things on your backs as well, and you made it through the season. Congratulations regarding that. And then the last thing I want to say is that we consider this a partnership because we're hopeful that you're very grateful for the facilities that you play in, because this is where that's decided. So we spend the millions of dollars on new turf, on facilities for softball, for soccer. Actually, that's not a football field, it's a soccer field.
Right, all time, right.
It's our hearts and board to address that. We recognize the importance of having good facilities so that we can produce great student athletes. And then we also cover the academic side of it. We can never forget about academics. And I was really glad to hear the things that were said about academics. So kudos to everybody. Congratulations. Thank you.
Congratulations to everyone, to the students, to Alexis, to our football team, our football coaches. I know I sit in the stands and I cheer you all on. I also like to see your own families there. Thank you to Ms. Cobos and to your own families for giving of your time, because that takes a lot. And you as students should be appreciative of your teachers, your coaches who do give of their time, and being respectful to them for what they have given to you to help develop who you will be in the future as parents, as members of our communities. So take this time during Christmas to spend that time with your families, recharge.
Yes, I want to say congratulations to the football team as an athlete myself and my two sons. Also in Cobos, you recruited my oldest son into New Mexico Highlands University, and my youngest son was a football player as well. So athletics is very dear and near to my heart, but first and foremost, you all are students, like Bobo said. Academics first, continue your academics. Don't just stay eligible because you're playing, stay eligible the whole entire time. You're just starting your career, and keep reaching for those stars and grasping for success. Sometimes we have hardships and stuff, but don't let it stop and bring you down. Keep climbing up that ladder and stuff. All the awards, Alexis, you are a true role model to this district, and I am so proud to be part of your family. You know, she's related to me, and I can't be more grateful that who you are and your parents for doing what they have as a good parents of raising not only you, but your siblings, Gigi and Jared. And thank you for all you do for our district and stuff. Teachers, Kenny, all you do, you heard it with Cobos, it's not easy. It's a lot of work. I want to say thank you from our bottom of the heart. And I hope you all enjoy your holidays with your loved ones and get some rest and get ready to get started for the new year.
So with that, I just want to say Merry Christmas to everyone. And all the awards folks, you guys are free to leave. You don't have to stick around for all the good stuff that's gonna happen, all the boring dry stuff. So with that, we'll break for 5 minutes, but congratulations, Merry Christmas to you all.
Yes.
And enjoy. And we'll have it back in
Squeeze through in. And sure, that's
Oh, can you move the screen toward an angle? Yeah.
Go ahead.
I did.
Yes, that's good.
Safety and security, man.
Our update tonight is pretty short and simple. We wanted to get in front of you all and introduce the new team members that we have. We're gonna have them talk a little bit about themselves, and we're also gonna have Bob actually talk about the process that we went through, and then we'll discuss some other things. But Bob, if you want to go ahead and come on up and let's talk about the process itself.
Sure.
Very important. Super important.
First off, I wanna actually give a big shout out to Coach Kobos. I've been a coach for 20 years. And I get to see him in all the coaching clinics, and I wanna, he's a great coach, and we're very lucky to have him. And Coach Garnett did a great job, and all did a great job, so Coach Kobos is really well respected throughout the coaching community, so just so you all know that. To the Armed Guard program, just real quick, we wanted to give you an update on the Armed Guard program. We wanted to go through the selection process, the hiring process, the training, and then again, get into some of the team introductions, and we're gonna let them do that themselves. Initially, we started the program as directed from the board with about 22 applicants in the pool initially. We dwindled that down to about 7 applicants who met the state standard of being able to apply and being able to be accepted based on the state rule and everything that's been passed by the legislature. Those applicants were then contacted by phone, and we did an initial interview to make sure that they had to uphold to the continued standard. So we had to ask those questions, and if they met the rules per the state, they all complied with yes. So the interviews went forward, and myself, Mr. Wallace, and 3 of the principals conducted the interviews. All 7 applicants have been moved into that pool, and then we selected the 4 that were here before you today. And they'll introduce themselves here in just a couple of minutes, based on the outcome. And again, at the bottom there, we do have 1 current position still open that we're going to try to fill here soon. As we just posted it. So the training process, again, we put them through a rigorous amount of training at the very beginning. We want to make sure that when these folks hit the ground running within the schools, they meet and or exceed all of the state requirements for the state, and also what you would expect as board members for the folks who are going to be within your schools. So we did our new, and then again, this is what's already been occurring or has occurred. The new hire onboarding with HR has already taken place. They're in the middle of completing all their Safe Schools training and should have that completed by the time they hit the ground running, which will be early January. And I'll give you that date in here in just a couple of seconds. They've already completed a 40 hours SRO school, even though 2 of them are currently still law enforcement officers. One's getting ready to retire. The other one has elected to move on and come down and accept the position here and leave law enforcement, which we're very lucky to have. When they do that, and the other folks have either been retired or been there. So the SRO school is normally the school that your certified law enforcement officers go to before they go and work in the school. We made it a priority to put them through the SRO school so they know what the SROs do and how they can actually support the SROs within the school and best benefit the school district. They've also already completed their 12 hours of CPI training, which is mandated by the school district. They are right now in the middle of completing their 8-hour CPR first aid and AED training. That should be complete by tomorrow. They'll get 2 hours of Narcan training, 1 hour of active shooter training, and then each of them, with the exception of Mr. Nelson, who's already a guard level 3 because of one of his prior employments, will go through New Mexico State level 1-2 security guard training, just to give them additional training for any liabilities that may come up down the road. So that's where we're at for stage 1 of the training phase.
If I could interject one thing, the 40-hour SRO school that we chose was here locally at PSPG, and the reason I chose this school is that
What is PSCG?
PSPG, Public Safety Psychology Group. And the reason I chose this SRO school is because it's based, the whole concept of this school is based around crisis intervention and handling suicidal and subjects in crisis. You know, you can go through NASRO and other SRO school officer programs around the country, but this is one of the only ones that I know of that actually is based on and does scenarios based on kids and staff members being in crisis. And I thought that was really important for our program because they already know how to be police officers, right? That's one of the requirements. But what they don't know how to do is they haven't been in schools yet, and some of them already had some of the crisis intervention training, but this program actually tailored the school resource officer program to the crisis intervention training. And like I said, it's one of the only programs that I know around the country, but I think it really gives them the tools that they're gonna need moving forward into our schools, being able to deal with individuals in crisis. Because if you think about it, Bob had an incident the other night at a basketball game. The adult, she was frustrated and just wanted to vent as opposed to really trying to fight. And Bob's background in a crisis intervention actually helped de-escalate that situation, and that's what we're looking for. We, you know, one of the things that we talked about early on, Mr. Goudelet and Mr. Montano and I, was that we don't need a bunch of SWAT or military type guys in our schools running this program. What we need is we need individuals that can handle problems as they come up. And if the proper solution to the problem is de-escalate, then that's what we want to do. And that's why we chose the individuals that we did. And that's why the training program that you look at, if you look at it, it really is tailored toward our people being able to get on scene or be involved in situations where they have the tools and techniques to be able to de-escalate situations. But at the same time, if they have to take action, then they have that ability too. But we want to make sure that our folks are equipped to run the gamut, if you will, but make sure that they understand that, hey, we're really looking for time, distance, and shielding, de-escalating, and trying to make sure we slow everything down.
No, you took all the rules. Again, the training process, when we resume for next school year, we're gonna actually put them through the 40 hours firearms training, 8 hours of use of force, 8 hours of active shooter response, 2 hours of search and seizure because of the items that we taken or potentially come in contact with. And again, they'll get their state level 3 card, which would be an armed security guard within the state. They'd be certified. Backing up to the firearms piece, again, as you know, that the process or what Mr. Wallace had directed us to do is in the very beginning, we wanted to put these folks into the schools unarmed first, to get them to be acclimated to the schools, acclimated to the students, the staff, and have everyone know who they are so they just don't show up day one with a gun on their side. I think it's good for the community, for them to be able to relate to the community, relate to the students, the staff, and everyone there, so that when they do show up, most of the people might not even recognize that the pistol's even on their side, is what our hopes is, right? So that's why this is gonna roll out next year, and we're gonna do the 40 hours of training then. It'll be done in the summer so that it won't impact just before school, so it won't impact them being in the school. So we're gonna roll out a majority of this prior to school starting, so about the last week of their break. Yes, sir. And who's conducting that training?
Myself and Mr. Wallace. I'm a master instructor through Department of Public Safety for firearms, so I'm a trainer for all firearms through NMLA.
We're lucky, thank you.
You're welcome. Next slide. Oh, well, we don't need to do this.
So if you could go back real quick. So just a couple of things to add here. The state requirement is 24 hours of firearms training. We're gonna do 40. And one of the things I just keep hearing over and over, the sentiment that I hear from the board is that this is a zero fail mission and we can't mess this up. So when people ask me, well, why are you doing it that way? The answer is very simple. We're doing it this way because, one, we want to make sure that we take care of our students, staff, and our communities are served. The other thing is we want to make sure that people understand, that we're not going out to occupy schools, we're going out there to be part of the school community and to make it a safer and secure environment, and that's what you all, Mr. Darnell, Mr. Montano, when you brought me on, that was my mission, was to make sure that we have a safe and secure school environment, so our teachers and staff provide education to our students, and our students can learn because they're not worried about bad things happening. And so when I keep telling me those things, and I reiterate it to Bob, my guiding light, and we've talked about this before, is protecting the students and staff. And the way to do that is making sure that we put out a good product. We don't just meet the minimum standards of the state. We don't just do what other schools around us may be doing. Yeah, they may be doing some things right, but they also may not have to do things because they're bigger, or they do things because that's the way they've always done it. This is a new program for us, and we want to make sure that everybody's comfortable with it before we move forward. And so that's one of the reasons why when Bob talks about, hey, this first semester that we're going to have our folks on, that their big thing is getting into the community, getting into that school community, and making sure people know who they are and they feel comfortable with them where they're at.
Excellent.
Yeah, we could probably pass the next slide. Okay, I know that I showed up last time and I started an introduction. Sean thought it was wise that I do it again and then give a little overview of my professional experiences. I am married and I'm from New York, so don't hold that again. I was relocated here with all the popular books. What's that? Ned or Yankee? Yankee. Okay. So I have 3 children and 1 grandchild, which all have or are still attending Rio Rancho Public Schools. I've been coaching in high school sports for 20 years, between high school and college. My career is, I have 20 years retired law enforcement, actually more than, but out of this 20, I was a US Navy veteran and Naval Police and Range Master. So I taught shooting and firearms throughout the US Navy. My supervisor and management experiences of 15 years. I spent time also working for the United States Department of Energy as an instructor in firearms, ground fighting, and use of force for all the guards that would guard all the nuclear facilities. New Mexico law enforcement instructor. I hold defensive tactics, firearms, hostage negotiations, weapons of mass destruction, crisis intervention, general police, CPR, and national weapons of detection training program. I hold all those certifications through either the state or the feds. The units that I've supervised and or been a member of is, I was a member of SWAT, hostage negotiations, ERT, DEA, US Marshals, gangs, task force, narcotics, detectives, air unit, K9. And one of the things that I did do when I first left law enforcement is the schools kind of brought me back to reality. So that's why I escaped to when I left law enforcement. It was kind of, it really helped me get grounded again, right? So I went to Rio Rancho Public Schools, and I still currently hold a substitute teaching license, coaching license, and I think my EA one just expired. So, but I do have that dynamic of kind of understanding a little bit about, not a lot about as far as like a teacher, but a little bit more about what's needed in the schools from that side of the house, as well as bringing all my other stuff. And I'm currently the supervisor of the team. Next, I'm going to have the team come up and introduce themselves. But before they do that, I would like you guys to truly understand how appreciative I am of the district, Mr. Darnell, the whole staff, and our team members, because I don't think they don't even understand how important it was for us to pick the right people to do these jobs. And I think once they introduce themselves, you'll feel the same way I feel about them. I think they're special. I think they're going to offer something that's really unique. Each of them have technical areas, just like I do, that they can help later on down the road, educate even more guards, or even keep us more up to speed. Like Thomas, he's just now getting out, and he's got more firearms experience, as well as Mr. Nelson. So it's going to be a really big group of folks. I'm really happy and proud to have them come here before you. So I'll turn it over to you.
You want to have Michael?
Mike,
front and center. Want me here? It's fine.
all the way up.
All the way. Okay.
That's fine, man.
My name is Michael Morales, born and raised Redondo Beach, California. I am from California.
one of the transplants. 5 kids, believe it or not. I enjoy working out. Anything outdoors is really my cup of tea. I like to do. I've been in security and law enforcement since '03. Too many things I've done to name. Just giving you the bullet points. I was a security forces member at Buckley Air Force Base in Colorado. Down on the border with Customs and Border Protection, I worked Santa Teresa Port of Entry for a while. Almost 4 years at Eastern New Mexico University. I was a patrolman that's where I really started getting an appreciation for working with student body and staff. That's where it all started for me. I've been through 2 law enforcement academies, one in California, and then the 1 year for the state. I went down to the junior college in Hobbs. I went through a federal law enforcement academy with Customs in Glencoe, Georgia. That was 7 months of training there. In 17, I got hired at Santo Domingo Health Center. I was a security officer there. That's where I started to work with the Native American culture. I became somewhat familiar with the culture, and I learned to appreciate it more. And also working with young individual staff there as well. I'm assigned to Santo Domingo. I thought when I saw this opportunity online, I said, hey, my background with my appreciation for culture and then having to work at the same pueblo where I worked security before. So I said, I'll put that all together and make an impact with the school, staff, the students, the pueblo community, tribal officials, the governor, I mean, everybody involved. So I'm just grateful to be here. I'm really grateful for this opportunity. I thank Mr. Kyler and Mr. Wallace for this opportunity. I thank you guys as well, and I'm just happy to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Hi, I'm Daphne Williams. I'm coming here from Oregon. I actually still live in Oregon. Husband and I will be moving here in a couple of weeks. He's also a police officer in Oregon. So a little bit about me. We have a dog and 3 cats. Those are our children. I've been a police officer there for the last almost 5 years. Last year and a half, I've been in detectives. We're mostly work on child physical and sexual abuse crimes. There's only 4 of us though, so we kind of do a little bit of everything. When we get major crimes in, like violent people crimes, we typically rotate those. So we all do a little bit of everything. I've got some fairly extensive training in child maltreatment. I do a lot of the threat assessments for all of our schools. We all rotate on those also, so we work with elementary school, middle schools, and high schools. We work with all the parents, the kids, and really closely with the teachers and the rest of the staff. What we also do is we cover for the school resource officer when he's out of the school, so we work a lot in the schools and try to work with teachers and see, the inner workings of the school there. And what we'll do when we go in there is try to just work with the teachers, get close to the kids. We try to go into some of the classes. I went to high school in the city where I work, so I'll pop into a lot of the teachers' classes and talk to some of the kids in there and answer whatever kind of questions they have. And when I found this position, this seemed like a really good fit for me. We put a lot of time and effort into figuring out where we wanted to move. We've been working on this for the last probably 2 years now, trying to figure out where the right place for us to go is. I've grown up in Oregon and have known I wanted to move for a while. So my husband took it upon himself to put a ton of effort into finding like the best weather, the best place for outdoor activities. We really like hiking. So he put a ton of effort into it. We came down and visited in September and we were like, yep, we love it here. So since then we've been really working on finding housing and finding the best jobs for us. He just got hired down here also. So we're getting ready to move down here and I'm super happy to be here and really thankful for this opportunity. And I really like being around the kids and I think it'll be really nice to be around kids in an environment that's a little bit more positive and gives me an opportunity to kind of build some trust and try to help bridge the gap between, children and law enforcement, even though we won't necessarily be law enforcement. It's a slightly similar role. And I think in society, it's starting to become a little bit more distant for kids. So I think it gives me an opportunity to help, show them police aren't that bad and just make, a difference for the kids. Happy to be here.
Just one requirement, when anybody asks from back home, tell them it's super hot.
It's terrible.
This summer, I was retired as hot.
And all the way to Cedar Elementary.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Joe Nelson. A little bit about me, growing up, I grew up, I'm a native from Albuquerque, grew up downtown Albuquerque. My family, my dad and my uncle opened up Nelson's Meats in South Valley in 1964. Somebody went to the market or some, stopped somebody like, or they stopped me after I retired as a cop. Did I arrest you or you know me from the market? I don't know whichever one that is, but.
Or you can still find Coronado wieners and, that's right.
Yeah, so if you've never been, you gotta make a trip out there. It's a great place to get meat and food and green chili and all that good stuff. So my uncle's 84, last of 8 siblings. He's still putting in 16-hour days, grinds in the cooler, most days. And, he taught me a lot about work ethic. So I'm very grateful to him. I started working there when I was 12 years old, and, still to this day, sometimes I help out during the holidays. So been there a while. I have, one daughter. She's a emergency room nurse in Las Vegas, Nevada. She's going to be graduating now in March with her nurse practitioner. Very smart kid, didn't get it from me. I don't know where she got it, but she graduated college with both a nursing degree and a biology degree. So I'm real proud of her. I started out my career with the Los Ranchos Fire Department in North Valley of Albuquerque, right out of high school. I then went to Bernalillo County Fire Department, worked rescue, fire there, went on to go to the BCSO or Bernalillo County Sheriff's Training Academy. They sent me there to do arson. So dealt with a lot of people that start fires are mentally challenged and have difficulties, and we dealt with a lot of that portion of it. And then decided to jump, I guess, get out of the oven and jump in the frying pan and go lateral to Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office. So I like the law enforcement side of it better. So I chose to do that. So I spent about 10, 11 years with Bernalillo County Sheriff's Department, where I served primarily in the field services division. I became a CPR first aid instructor there. Also was a firearms instructor there, served with ERT, primarily worked the field. I retired out of the Metro Air Support Unit. My last 3 years around helicopters, a tactical flight observer. That was probably the funnest part of my career, was flying. It was great. So I was very fortunate to have a great career, both with the fire department and the sheriff's department. And I am looking forward to my new post. I'm excited about it. I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to come here. I'm very excited. I want to thank the staff, administration. Everybody has been very welcoming, very kind, very friendly. Made coming here a lot easier, dealing with people. They were so nice. And so I want to thank Bob and Sean for giving me this opportunity. I'm really looking forward to working. I'll be up at Coach T Elementary School. I'll be up there, and let's see. I guess that's about it. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
Hello, everyone. For those that don't know me, my name is Thomas Mayes, born and raised in the community. Married my wife 25 years, well, born and raised in the community. We had 3 sons who attended and graduated from Bernalillo. They were student athletes as well, coached by Coles and Coach Fernando. A little bit about myself. When I graduated, I joined the New Mexico National Guard, served there for 6 years, 4 years full-time. After 6 years, I was honorably discharged. I joined the New Mexico State Police. I did 5 years patrol. The remainder of my time was in investigations. I did that. I'll be retiring now in January after 22 years, and I was assigned to other ones on there. So I have also to experience with firearms instructor and teaching that too. So that's what I have. Thank you guys again.
Thank you.
And a little bit of ranching.
A little bit of ranching, yeah.
Thank you for your service. Congratulations on your time.
Thank you very much.
One thing I forgot to add, I haven't seen Ira in years. We played basketball, elementary school at St. Mary's. Joe stopped throwing, but I read that. Well, he was already passed. So small world.
So, when we started putting this thing together, I had some ideas in my head, right? Because the vision I have for it is to be, these folks to be, the foundation of building something monumental, but something that is gonna stay for years and years to come, when all of us are no longer involved in the schools. And I will admit, after the first 4 interviews that morning, Mr. Montani saw me in the hall, and I was just like, and then Michael walked in. And I will say that, like, when Michael walked in, the entire room just changed. And then it was just one after another, right? And these 4 folks were like, there was nobody in the group that was even close to them. And I asked them to put, you know, a few bullet points down about themselves. And we're talking, you're taking, like in Tommy's case, 22 years and put it into 4 bullets, right? And I know personally some of the things that he's done. He's done tremendous work in the places he's been. I hear about Joe, and I know some of the things that he's done, and I see some of the places he's been. You know, air support is probably one of the most stressful places you can be as an officer or as a supervisor. And anytime I see that guys are involved in those places, I know that they've been through the ringer, and I know that they know how to deal with people in trauma. I know that they know how to deal with people that are excited or are in some sort of stress, because that's just what air support's about. Because usually when air support is out, it's because somebody died or something bad has happened, and usually at some point during their career, they lose a team member or somebody that they know quite closely. And so when I look at the different bullets on the different team members here, I get really excited about the team we have. Daphne was kind of an outlier, you know. I was like, who in the world, whatever this position in Oregon, why are they trying to come to our town, right? And it was about 2 minutes into the interview, and I was like, I know why, because she wants to be part of our community. And her interview, like I said, it stuck out like all the other interviews in this group, in that you could see her servant's heart. You could see that she wanted to be part of something bigger than herself, and she wanted to be part of something that was starting from the beginning and being part of it moving forward. So like I can't tell you enough how excited about this group I am, and I'm super thankful that Bob did the job that he did, and I feel really good about what we have moving forward. So
we're still trying to figure out why Daphne's here, right? We were sitting, I think we sat there for like 20 minutes.
So as we're moving forward, I know this is one of the questions that keeps coming up. And when we're in the schools and we're talking to people about it, they're like, well, you know, why are we not starting now in January? Well, we're still working on our policy and procedure. One of the things that we don't want to do is we don't want to throw our folks out there and not have a policy and procedure that has been approved by Mr. Montano, that's been approved by you all, and it's something that they can use, they can stand on and stand behind to do their job. Because that was one of their first questions when they're sitting in the SRO school. They're like, well, what would we do on this, or what would we do on that? And so we want to make sure that we prepare them to do the job that we're asking them to do, but we also provide a policy and procedure that they can stand on and know what their job is. So whenever I talk about the policy and procedure under this piece, I'm talking about the armed guards. Training and more training. One of the reasons Bob was sought after for this position, whenever I started looking at folks that would do this job, like he talked about, he has certs to teach federally, he has certs to teach state-wise, and he travels the state still. And I think that, when we're talking about somebody that can, be here to teach our folks, but also be here when litigation comes, if it comes, when it comes, that we have somebody that has that background, knowledge, and, skills and ability to be able to stand up and withhold, critique in a court setting. And then, you know, we talk about this, and this is what a lot of folks don't understand is that Bernalillo is very unique in that we have multiple communities that make up our school district. You know, when we talk to Rio Rancho, that's not something they worry about. They say, hey, we worry about our school district, and we don't care about like the communities that make it up. It's not really a thing to them. Whereas us, when we think about our school district, we think about all the different communities that come together to make up our school district. And we want to make sure that in rolling out this program that our folks are out there engaged in those communities, and people get to know them and have a good feeling about them. And as far as deploying our unarmed security guards, they'll be starting January 9th. January 8th, it's a PD day, and that's where we're gonna wrap up our training. But again, the big thing is just making sure that whenever our folks are out there that people understand why they're there, and they see as they get to interact with them why we've chosen who we've chosen. Because I think that you guys have already seen just a tidbit of what we've selected here. Next slide. I think that's it. Any questions for Bob, right?
Coach. Okay. So FLA, EHF has our SRO, correct? Yes. All right, so we have placement there. What about Carol and BES and Carol?
So we have a SRO at Carol Escolita, and BES, we currently have an open position that we got opened a couple of weeks ago.
That's the one.
Yeah, but we're currently looking for qualified candidates.
Uniforms? So where did you guys land at with the common look or the standard look?
So what we did is we did Bob, go ahead.
We did, it's more of a brown pant, so it looks like it's not a light tan, but more of a little bit darker, so it would not show as much dirt and it would wear a little bit better. The polo would be a blue polo with security written on the back, and it'll have an emblem. The only reason we chose to go with something different than red is if we're looking in an environment where we're trying to identify where our folks are, it will be easier to pick them out from all the other red shirts. So the red was something that it was a consideration, but in thinking through it just a tad bit more, if I'm trying to quickly identify where my guards are, it's hard to find them in a sea of red. And if they need help or they need assistance, I can't go directly to them. So they'll have that. All of the guards throughout the district will all be wearing the exact same, and all those uniforms have already been ordered and should be shipped in here by before they deploy out to the schools.
Well, very much, it's very similar to what our campus security aides are wearing. Most of our campus security aides are already wearing. The big thing that we discussed, we wanted to stay away from, we didn't want them to look militaristic. We want them just to look like part of the school community, but at the same time, be easily identified.
So I'm really glad you shared the backgrounds. Very impressive, all four of you. Very impressive. I've been working with law enforcement since 96, 98, some capacity or not. I'm actually the creator of Tracks. I don't know if you guys know Tracks, but my company does that. But so I get a good feeling for law, and I get a good feeling about you all. Well-rounded, great choices. I mean, social, emotional. That one hit me big, behavior, and because we have some major problems in our schools, and they could use some help. They really could. So I know Ms. Sanchez left. I was kind of wanting to involve her in this next piece here, but the relationship between you all and the principals and their counselors, that has to be joined at the hip, in my opinion. And I know that is. I just wanted to get your take on that.
Yeah, well, absolutely. In our early conversations when we started talking about this last year. About, whether we wanted to try to do a police department, whether we wanted to do armed guards, whether we wanted to do unarmed guards and increase the number we had. That's always been a consistent issue that comes up as far as how do your guards interact with the principal? And I just had a long conversation with Ms. Sanchez Padilla this morning. And one of the questions is if your principal asks your guard to do something, what are they gonna do? Well, the answer is they're gonna do what they're asked to do. And the next question is, well, what if the principal says to Bob, hey, I need you to go stand at the door. And he says, well, Sean didn't tell me to stand at the door. Like, those aren't the kind of interactions we're gonna have. Because what our guards have been instructed to, even our new campus security aides that Bob just recently took over, is that the training is that if you're told to do something by an administrator, even if it's counter to what you've been told by me or him, you do it, because now is not the time to have that discussion. You follow the direction of the administrator, and then you let us know, hey, just so you know, I had an interaction with the principal and they asked me to do something you told me not to do, just letting you know. Okay, we will discuss it with the principal. And it's not an argument, it's, hey, how can we help you better? What are we not doing? Or was it just one of those things that you needed something done right now? And that was the tool that you had available. In a situation that we recently had, that's actually what it was the principal needed somebody to do it. They didn't have anybody available, sent the security guard. Okay. So that, if that makes sense, like they're told, hey, you follow the direction of the administrator, even if it's counter to what you've already been told, and we'll discuss it later, because right now is not the time to discuss that.
And I'm also happy to hear you all talk about team concept and that type of thing, because there generally is a stigma between law enforcement officer and security guard. I see that a lot, and I don't know if that would be the case here, but we need to be one cohesive team. And we do have law enforcement officers that are currently on staff, and then we'll be having these individuals who are former law enforcement officers. So I just hope the whole team concept kind of comes together. Yeah. And then this was a message for the staff, particularly career technical education. This is your program, criminal justice, career technical education. If we can incorporate these individuals into working with our kids in the classrooms and teaching them about, we have a vast range of law enforcement, EMT, you name it, you guys have got all that training. And introducing these kids to those type of careers is what career technical is all about. And if we wanted to implement a new program, this is where we can do that. And I'd love to see you all get involved with that and as moving forward. So Mr. Montano, that's the message to yourself. Well, you all can carry that message to Dimitri and in particular Dimitri. Anyway, I just see that I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. So thanks for all the background information. I know it's probably not going to make you guys sleep well at night, but it's going to make me sleep well at night because I know this program is in good hands. And thank you so much. I appreciate all your work. I look forward to you guys being part of our team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Fina.
Thank you, Sean and Bob. I know we hired you both to take on this work of safety in our schools, and I have to say, after each person read a little bit about themselves, told us about themselves, I was like, you're right, check. I see why he was hired here. I see why she was hired here. Everyone, was like, check, check, check. So I'm excited for you all to join our schools and our communities, and I look forward to that. And I give both of you guys credit in taking this on for us, for our students and for our communities. I am curious about how you're are they armed or unarmed?
So they are unarmed right now, and they will be armed in the fall.
Okay, so you're working with the communities and the pueblos on how that's gonna go, right? Okay,
Yes.
so just want to make sure that. And then I did hear you mention about you picking up the security guards then also at the high school. Are they coming under you all or how is that working?
So we actually picked up all the campus security aides across the
Okay.
district, so they all now report to Bob.
All right, good.
They still follow direction and Bob works with the site principals to handle any issues or problems that may come up. But what we're trying to do is clean up some of the issues by supervising, having one supervisor as opposed to multiple supervisors. across the district.
Good. All right, thank you.
John? Man, where to start? A little overwhelmed, in a good way. I'm really excited to see this, moving forward at the pace that it is with the attention to detail that this program, is giving this process. We've talked about it, you know, I think we're gonna see a majority in the community embrace this type of program, but we are gonna have some people who are nervous about it. And yet, it's to be very intentional when we roll it out, and I think we're seeing that. You know, as a board member representing 2 schools on Native American lands, I'm committed to supporting you guys navigating that, so, you know, this has been on Santo Domingo's radar, they are very supportive of it as tribal leadership. I'll meet with them early in January, with the new administration. However, I can support you through that process. Fellow board members, if you represent a tribe in your district, I would encourage you to put this on your radar early. Let's get ahead of any narrative that might be out there. Because I think after we saw this presentation, we're all on board here, so let's do the same with our tribal leaders. A couple things for you to think about, you know, just programmatically, I think, you know, we've talked about kind of where they're gonna be and what that looks like. Sports events, how we might consider coverage for those types of events, because again, I think like those are pretty high risk type events where we are literally opening our doors. And so how do we, you know, compensate these folks fairly and appropriately to cover those types of things if we feel that it's appropriate. Outside of that, I think, you know, we've talked a little bit about insurance coverage. So again, fellow board members, I think you may have to have a conversation with the bank and see how we can support this. But I definitely do not want our staff feeling at any point in time that they need to consider their own personal liability in any of this, and know that we are behind them in that regard. And that's all that I have. Welcome to the team.
Thank you. Ms. Chavez.
Yeah, YBES, is it open and why wasn't it hired at the time that you hired these people?
You want to go ahead?
Sure.
So, Ms. Chavez, initially, we weren't going to have any armed security in the Colonial schools because we had an SRO that was assigned to what is essentially one campus, even though it's 2 school sites in between them. What we learned was that the SRO assigned to that it's not going.
They're just not in the time, right?
I wouldn't say that, they're just not doing it.
Right.
And then there was a miscommunication, I misunderstood where we had moved. And you did authorize enough funding for us to be able to do this, and you know, Dr. James was able to find the funding. So once that came out, I think Mr. Wallace had a conversation with Danielle at BES, we were able to execute on moving forward. So that it was just partly some miscommunication, misunderstanding on my part about available budget, and then also an emerging need that we thought we needed to shore up.
Yes, because well, first, my granddaughter goes to school there and it's been my biggest issue because they're all the way to the back. Those gates are open all the time. Anybody can hide. Recreation has their games at the mid school. I've gone, the gates are open. That's a good place. If something's gonna happen, that's the best place. Somebody would do it at that school because it's hidden, it's in the back. It can be a zoo in that place, and we need to have more security there. As I see the gate open all the time. After Saturday's games and stuff, because my granddaughter plays. We pass, the gates are wide open, it's in the back, it's in the ditch. It's some good hiding places there that we really need to monitor and take care of, on that and stuff. And I know the SRO was never going over there for whatever reasons. They told me they didn't have time, they were too busy at the midst. So we kind of left them out and stuff. Okay, I have. Are the administrators going to have the same kind of training or some kind of training of these guards so that they don't overpower, constantly pulling them to go stand at the gate, to go do this and that because there's nobody available? Because sometimes that will take place. They're gonna, just like the EAs end up being subbed most of the time.
So, yes, one of the things that I'm gonna do and Bob is gonna do is making sure that, we're interacting with those administrators to let them know what their mission is, and what their role is. One of the things that we have to make sure that the administrators know is there are certain things that, because our folks are armed, they can't do by statute. One of them is being a substitute in the class. So those are the kind of things that we have to communicate with our site principals, and that's already on our radar. One of the things Bob and I were talking about was making sure that he's doing those check-ins at those school sites weekly. Because we do have to make sure that communication is there. But then also through the communication, helping manage those expectations, right? But then also even more as the program grows, making sure that not only that we communicate, but that principals and administrators have to feel comfortable if they have an issue, whatever the issue is that they have to let us know. And I think that's one of the things that I run into now. And it's an emerging issue with this that we're trying to navigate, is that there's no issue too small for us. Whatever it is, call us, and I might just be a pair of ears that you're bouncing a problem off of. And just by being able to talk to somebody outside your school site, that may be enough for you to figure out, oh, this really isn't that big of a deal. Or I actually need additional resources, and I tell them, hey, I'm on my way and I'm bringing all the help. It's one of those things that, you know, if you remember whenever I talk about handling emergency situations, our response has to be scalable, right? And if you talk about FEMA, if you talk about how firefighters, police officers are supposed to respond to critical incidents, they have to be scalable. So it could be something where 2 officers can handle it, or it could be one of those things where you have to have 4 agencies show up, a command post, staging area, and all the things that go with it. So being able to help navigate those waters and help lead the principals, not superintendent, but leading those folks through those situations is really one of the things that is my job, and obviously Bob will be there too.
Exactly, that's my point, because they're gonna think that they belong to them. And they need to understand their statutes and regulations that they are not aware of, but we need to teach them and educate them.
Yes, ma'am.
They just can't be picked and handpicked and say, you're gonna do this, you're gonna do this, because it's constant. And I agree with Mr. Archibald, this is a good CTE program. My department, I'm in charge of the law enforcement recruitment and retention, law enforcement recruitment, law enforcement protection fund, where all this money has been put in, millions and millions to bring into every county, every municipality, talking about millions of dollars to recruit. And then they were poaching everybody back and forth, giving stipends back and forth. And finally, what the goal is to get somebody through the academy and get new officers in there, because we're losing too many and they are short. I can guarantee you that. For the liability, I know they have the law enforcement protection fund. When there's an officer that is shot, we pull out the money, then the surviving spouse goes to that. So that's something you may want to look at, that statute and mimic it. I know that there's an excise tax that a portion of it is going into it and stuff. And God forbid, hopefully the legislators will put in for resource officers into a fund like that now, to where they can start funding that, and more money coming into the schools to support that, because safety is an issue. So Mr. Montana, that's it. And if we could have a CTE, you have a good instructor here. Over there. And I know exactly, I worked in corrections at the Maine for about 5 years, so I know exactly, and the police, the academy and everything that's gone through there. We do LAPF, or we do the ACADIS, where we check the ACADIS and all the police licensures and everything else behind that. Right now, LAPF, Law Enforcement Protection Fund, is I think at $90,000 just for that, and then thereafter 2,000 per certified officer. They're getting, I think Bernalillo County's got tons $1 million or something. These officers are getting $15,000 bonuses to stay with them for a year.
It kind of explains how hard it is to get these type of folks right here, because we're lucky.
Exactly, and I do want, and I hope that you guys sooner rather than later is get somebody at the ES.
Yes, ma'am.
I actually met with a potential candidate today, so we're out there looking for the next one of these folks for sure.
It's gotta be the right fit though.
So, Ms. Chavez, is there any way you can get Bernalillo in that right now?
I know, right? I just looked it up, I'm like, that's so real fun.
Oh, you know what, trust me, I'm the bureau chief that the money comes out and we have the stuff that, we check the LAPF and I know what's out there. And now this year, the legislators are gonna put firefighting and EMT money now.
So for me, guys, welcome aboard. You know, discipline, instructor are two really important components to the way I operate, and I think you guys bring that to the table. The other thing is that the only thing that I'll close with is messaging, right? You guys have the resumes, you guys have the wherewithal. You're gonna have the ability to influence young minds all day, every day. You get to teach them and show them that this is the way, this is the viable way, this is a career path, these are some things you can do through your experiences, etc. I hope that you guys are extremely visible on campus and people are, you know, we don't, if we don't hear too much about y'all, it's probably a good thing, right? But currently, we get messages all the time, oh, so-and-so sitting here, so-and-so not. And so just the message, the impact that you have, the ability that you can make and change young people's lives. And I'm excited. I mean, we got folks that are professionals to do the sifting and to do all that stuff, and it looks like they put a good team together. So I hope you guys take it to heart, and we hope to have you guys along for a long ride. It's pretty exciting, and for me personally, being on the board, I'm wrapping up my 4th year of being here, and if there's one thing that really irks me or keeps me up at night would be some sort of incident, right? And I know we can't stop everything, but you guys are definitely the start to plugging those holes. I think all of my colleagues, Superintendent Montaño, you know, it's just you guys are an integral part of our community now, and welcome aboard. And with that's all I've got. Thank you guys.
I just have one thing to say, like, especially the elementary ones and stuff. The good role model too, where some of these kids need someone to talk to if they're sexually abused or if they're battered or they're hungry. That you're their angel, that or you're a guardian person that they can go trust and talk to, because some of them, their minds are embedded that the police and security are the bad people. We need to change that message and say, we're the good people. We're here to help you. We're here to not to be afraid to go up and talk to you all when there's a need to talk to them.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item number 14. Well, which was moved, right? So item number 14 is tax certificates.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys are free to go. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome aboard, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
14.1 consolidated or consideration of approval of resolution authorizing sale of bonds, establishing procedures for the sale and delivery of the bonds, and authorizing other matters related to the issuance of the bonds. Superintendent Montaño.
Mr. President, members of the board, in your packet, you have the information that was provided by RBC for purposes of approval. This resolution will allow us to move forward to the sale of the bonds. sometime in January, or depending, you know, we get our guidance from Regina about when the best time is to sell the bonds, so it's not set yet, but we'll get some feedback. We do have RBC here to answer any questions. I would request approval of this information so we can move forward with the issuance of the bonds and provide Mr. Darnell more funding to do something.
Mr. President, if I may?
You may.
And Mr. Chavez, if you have anything to add to this, the finance committee has reviewed this whole situation. We've looked at this. We did get the presentation from the young ladies there. Thank you so much for that. There was a lot of good information in the presentation, and you all have the presentation. So I don't know if you had anything to add to that, but I'm in full support, and
I'm in full support. I work quite frequently with Gina quite frequently at the state level with all these bonding capacities and stuff, so the validity of this company is just super. I have no question. I recommend to approve.
Do you have any questions?
Me?
There's a motion, John? Sorry.
I make a motion to approve unless there's questions, 14.1.
a second.
All in favor?
I,
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Rahina, I believe, did I hear that you're gonna, will we make double the interest this year?
It was triple, I think, is the briefing we got. So
We got some really good triple, we got our bond ratings are really high and that's good, so that's telling us we're doing a
Do
good
you
job.
guys have any information maybe you wanna share with us, or that maybe something that you think we should know, or something that you guys have to say? You're on mute.
Board members, superintendent, good evening, everyone. I had a call with Moody.
You're cutting out.
Last week, we received very, very positive. Oh, can you guys hear me okay?
You're coming in and out.
All right, is it a little better now?
Yeah.
So as I have mentioned during the finance committee, we received very
Positive on the Moody.
positive feedback from Moody's on district's financials from the underwriters, which again shows the strength bonds as we're getting ready for the sale in January.
So they're gonna try.
Would you like to say something? Let's see for
Yep.
next year. Yeah, it's.
a thumbs up would be good.
So.
Yes, thumbs up for the upcoming sale, for sure.
Yeah.
There we go, right there. That's all we need.
She did at our finance committee meeting because of our great Moody, the ratings. Currently, we have sold 18.5 million. That with the valuation, we're able to go up between 23 and 25 million in 2025.
Thank you, guys.
So that will bring us in a good about $7 million more.
Wow. So 14.1 carries unanimously. Thank you,
for-
ladies.
Thanks for waiting. Thank you.
14.2 IPP application, Superintendent Montoya.
Thank you.
In your packet, you do have the Indian policies and procedure application that we need to submit as part of our impact aid, as well as for our Indian Education Act requirements. There were a couple of adjustments. I believe that Ms. Chavez, you found an indentation that was incorrect. And then there were a couple of corrections that Ms. Selena found, just old information that had not been corrected, like the word trimester were in the semester system at Bernalillo High School. And so those things have been corrected. I would ask that the board go ahead and approve the Indian policies and procedures so we can move it forward. We need to get these signed over the month of January as the new leadership and the publics come in, so we can move forward with all of our applications for Indian education and impact date.
Mr. Montano, the time frame that you have, I know you had for the January 2024. Are we gonna stick to that timeline to try to turn around and get it? Being that there's new administration and stuff, is that gonna be an issue?
So we actually sent out, this is a question that Ms. Sweeney asked. I mean, we sent out the IPPs. We had a tribal ed directors meeting in October. We gave them the IPPs for feedback and for signatures. We've only to this point received Sandia Pueblo's back. And as we continue to ask them for signatures now, as it gets closer to the end of the year, they say, well, we're gonna wait till next year's administration comes in. This is kind of an ongoing toggle that we have to go with. I talked to Ms. Sweeney earlier today, and I said, I think we need to probably start this immediately with the new fiscal year in July. So that way that the administrations will feel comfortable making decisions, at least they'll have a half a year doing it. But traditionally, it's been a November to
Right.
December activity.
So what's your plan for the non-responsive? Do you have someone assigned to kind of keep bugging them and say, I really need this signed, I really need this?
We have.
Kind of a PR person?
We have the three members of the Internet Department, Francis, Jared and Trudy are all working on getting the signatures. The reality is we're not gonna have a lot of control over whether we get the signatures. We can still submit our IPP, our impact date. As long as you approve the impact or the IPP, we can submit that in our application and still pursue those signatures as we move forward. We can submit it without signatures.
So, Mr. Montano, so what I'm hearing is that the signatures aren't necessary to move that forward. Is that correct?
They're not necessary, but
Something we do.
that's actually something we want to do.
And we want to.
And they're necessary for Indian education.
So does that tie, how does that tie to the audit where we got audit findings?
That ties to the audit.
Because we got an audit finding because it was incomplete because of that.
Yeah. And so it does tie to the audit.
And this is the second year, so we gotta get it so that.
This is a multi-year, this is a 10, 12, this is probably 20 years of it happening. And it's, you know, it's the uniqueness of Bernalillo Public Schools. It's not like we just go to one pueblo, we go to 7.
Right, and it's difficult.
And so it's all, and it's always dependent on, you know, it's, you know, I'm not making excuses. We've got to figure out a way to do better. If we can do it earlier, we will do that. One of the things that we can't do any earlier is get student body counts for county numbers, which is also part of the impact aid. We can't start that in July or August, right?
Current administration? They're aware of it.
But they won't sign,
We
right?
actually spoke, I don't know that they won't. I mean, we spoke to them about it. The problem was when we met with tribal leadership in Santo Domingo, we were under the impression that we probably wouldn't have this ready for them until January. And so the conversation with them was how do we get on the new governor's schedule that early, being that they're so busy. But I'll call the governor's department.
I do know that at the Pueblos, the administration will carry over till January, but they likely won't, I think they won't sign it until February, the new administration, when they like take over.
Yeah.
So when do they actually take over? February?
I think like administratively, probably, like to start doing all of the things
Yeah.
will probably not be till February.
Because it's not until January 6th, right, that they like officially take their after King's Day.
Yeah, after King's Day, then they do.
So that-
But, I mean, there's all kinds of things that are turning over.
There's nothing we can do, but what worries me is that puts us at risk list because.
With regard
But
to,
we can, and I think, because in order to find an audit finding, or have an audit finding, we've got to have a policy in place that says that. Does this require a policy change to not require the signatures?
It's
to
the
get
Indian
audit?
Act, it's the Indian Act.
Okay, that's my question.
This is
Federal.
balancing between both state and federal.
Right.
This is balancing between the federal government requires us to have Indian policies and procedures. It requires us to consult and request for them to review and approve of it and sign up on it. But it doesn't actually require us to do the signatures except when we get an audit. There's a weird situation. We get an audit.
Is there,
but it seems like just a simple. A simple fix that
It
from
seems like it, but-
from a financial component, right? When the audit's coming out, if they have the information and they understand, and if we have a document, they understand. And they know what we're enduring. then they shouldn't be able to ding us.
They have to because it's the law, it's the statute.
Yeah, that was my question. That's my
It's state
question.
law, we're not following our statute. That's why I'm asking them, who is the pushers or to get it done, not so that. it
I
doesn't
wish,
get uncorrupt.
it's a very frustrating question for me to answer. It's hurting like hurting cats, right? Because my ability to get into any single signature is dependent on who the director of education is, dependent on the protocols that they have. We have met with all of the governors multiple times. This is the top thing that I asked for. And yet.
But Mr. Matanya, I think the board needs to own some responsibility in that as well. That's a lot on you, and that's not your responsibility. We are the elected officials that have been tasked with interfacing with other forms of government, including tribal, right? And so as board members, if we represent a tribe, we should be having that conversation with them early enough in the year that when they get this document in January, they're not hesitant to sign it, because that's the impression that I gather from the meetings that I've had with some of the tribal leadership, is it comes so late in the year that they're not really sure what it is, and by the time that we have a chance to get with them, to answer their questions, to present to them, because their thing is, well, what is this money, where does it go, why should I sign it, I don't understand. By the time we get that part done, it's over, they're done, right?
Is this signing of this IPP, is it part of the memorandum of understanding or the MOA or MOU that we have with each of the tribes?
My understanding is it's separate, but it's all under the state and the federal requirement.
If there's a way to include that in the memorandum of understanding or agreement that this needs to be signed within a certain amount of time, you can literally say that it's written right there in the MOA, MOU that you signed, that you will sign this. And we need to hold them accountable.
That's my point.
But it's holding them accountable, but and it's part of our job too, is to make sure that if we're signing this now and we're approving it, as soon as you know it's due in the end of the fiscal year, update it. What is it gonna take to update it immediately and get on it right when you get back with the next signatures, and then all you're waiting for is the numbers, right?
So
And then letting know, and then if you're having your annual meetings with your tribal officials, maybe that's the place that it all gets signed, and that's a fall time.
And it isn't typically.
But again, that should be on us as board members to be holding them accountable and to be having that conversation, right?
Well, if it's written in the MOA, we can't, I'm honestly, John, I'm not gonna go over there and tell the governors like you.
I get that, but we also can't ask Mr. Montano or his staff to do that. That is inappropriate. That is not their role to go to other government officials and to say, you have to do this.
No, it is their role. It's as a school, it's our role to work with them. It's our role as all of the schools and the school
But here's
district
where I
and the
disagree.
Indian to do
We're
that work.
elected to represent their community, right? Like that's what literally, I'm elected to represent the children of Kiwa. And so when I go to Kiwa's leadership, that's what I say. Is governors, my task is to ensure that your children are receiving an adequate education. And one of my state assigned tasks is funding. And if this has an impact on funding, then it's my responsibility to communicate with you. It's literally state law that it's within my locus of control, my purview, to meet with that governor and say, not to say, you must, you have to, you do. It's to say, I can only bring this information to you. But I have a duty and an obligation to, on behalf of those students, educate you that if this doesn't happen by X deadline, this is the risk that we run. And if you as tribal leadership are okay with that, then so am I, right? I'm not here to save the world from the world, right? But as long as tribal leadership knows, because this is the problem, right? The narrative is that BPS as a leadership makes poor decisions that jeopardizes the education of minority children. And the problem is that we are beholden to the states, the federal government, tribal leadership, county leadership, the town of Bernalillo leadership, parents, students, and voters. And that's a position we can't be put in when tribal leadership is not meeting the deadline, right? And that's all that we have to say to them. I don't think that anybody is saying, go to tribal leadership, and don't leave their office till they sign it. But we just have to educate.
You have to also understand that once tribal leadership changes, every governor has a different agenda. So this could be something that they're not aware of. And so it's our job as the school district and our employees here to also make sure that those education directors have that understanding and pushing that so that they know this needs to get done. And we have a deadline that we're trying to meet. So in the new administration that comes in, they're not gonna know this, they're gonna have to be re-educated. So those people who are in place right now, they're the people that need to be.
But that's also why I think it's so important for us to have that conversation early. Because the problem is that like we go meet with Santo Domingo and we have this conversation with them in March. They don't know what this is. And at the end of the day, if impact aid falls through because we fall on this list, you better believe it, they're not showing up at tribal office, they're not showing up at the governor's office looking for heads to roll. They're showing up here, right? And all that I'm saying is that we as board members, we're accountable to them. Mr. Matani was not, we are, right? He's accountable to us. And so if we can't do our part as elected officials to say, nope, I went and spoke with the governor on this date, shared with the governor that this was due at this time, that this would be the impact if it didn't occur. What occurred after that, go ask the governor, right? Like I can't speak for them. It would be disrespectful of me to tell you why they made this decision. Go ask them, right? But we historically as a board have not done. And I think we're at a point where these poor guys are like, they're losing more and more hair every day. And we cannot ask them, we cannot ask them to do more. And that's our role as elected officials, is to do that. That's
But I think what I'm hearing here, guys, is there's a communication effort from the board, we need to take it up a notch.
Yeah.
Superintendent Montanio, communication effort from you guys needs to be taken up a notch, and it needs to stay on our radar, right? Like, we
Yes.
can't let these things fall off. I didn't realize the magnitude
Or team
of
up,
the finding.
team up.
To
with
me,
the
it's just,
communication.
Yeah.
Team up. The
that's,
school and
I think we
the-
can,
Yeah.
I think we
And
can
the
get
board
there,
members,
but I
yeah.
completely understand what you're saying. Where it falls on the tribal administrations or the new administration's radar is up to them. So
But we're gonna-
all we can do is say, hey, here it is,
Yes.
and collectively we can work on it together. But I do completely get where you're coming from, because they could have a whole lot of other issues that they deem.
And
higher
educate the
priority.
community, right? Educate the community.
Right.
Because this is where, the community thinks that we're not holding up our end of the bargain. And, if I tell 50 people from Kiwa, this is the process to get impact aid, and if this doesn't happen, then we don't get it. And if we don't get it, then this is what it means for your school. Then I got 50 more people who can go to the governor's office in August and say, hey, where are we at with that? Did you sign that? Where's, right, I mean, they're councilmen, right? They're in the community, they're gonna ask. That's our role as the liaison between the district and the community.
So 14.2.
Let me ask Dr. James real quick. Dr. James, is there like a checklist that the auditors would look and say, we have proof of the minutes or agenda where the school district has worked with the tribal industries or the, to educate, to communicate, to show that we've done our due diligence in the event they don't sign up?
Board Member Chavez, thank you for the question. They want a signature, and that's really it. They
Bottom
want
line.
the signature on the enrollment forms, and they want a signature on the IPP. And my personal opinion is the things I've heard, all of these are great answers. We've got to get it in an MOU. We need to have that July meeting, we have that early conversations and that help on the backside. I think this is the answer, so I really appreciate everybody's input.
Can I get a motion for 14.2?
Sorry, you needed a motion. Mr. President, I can make a motion to approve action item 14.1.
14.2.
I'm sorry, 14. My bad.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item is 14.3, November vouchers.
Mr. President, I make a motion to approve 14.3 November vouchers. With just a clarification of, I had a question on, there was a purchase, I emailed you to Don Comler, it was just over bombing because it had 104,000 for one vehicle, a 4x4, this, but it turns out that it's two vehicles for the security, Sean and, well, it was kind of wrong description, so I said, was there extra custom? And why a 4-door and all this, at 104, why are we buying? It was 2, so.
The other just clarification is every vehicle that's been purchased, which was authorized by you as a board for the budget to do that, has been purchased off, like right off the lot. They were available. Chalmers is working with us, matter of fact, for no cost, swapped out for our maintenance vehicles, swapped out the beds for boxes so that they could have maintenance boxes. And I think that there's been actually a really good deal on the, now that I look at truck prices, we've got a pretty decent deal on
Ability to get us.
yeah, and to be able to get them because back orders and anything.
Yes.
Is crazy.
So with that said, I make a motion to approve 14.3 November vouchers.
President, I second that motion with Ms. Chavez's clarification and the superintendent's clarification.
All in favor?
Aye. Something looks like.
I already checked it off on my list.
Yeah, right. The pause was for,
I know, she looked those eyes.
next item on the agenda is 14.4 bars, budget adjustment requests.
Mr. President, I recommend 14.4 be approved, budget adjustment request.
A second,
Mr. President, I second that motion.
all in favor?
Aye.
And also, will you just state for our staff, there's 2 grants in here?
Yes. Yes.
Securing additional funds.
Yeah, Lano and the other type.
It's Quintana.
Yes.
Yes, those 2 grants, yes, yeah.
Mr. President, I have a question. I don't know if I fell asleep or something happened, 14.1?
Yeah,
Yeah.
carried.
Did we take a vote?
You were asleep.
You were. That was the first one. That's the first one when Regina and them were there, Regina.
I think he's the old guy.
You're right, that's what it is.
Falling asleep here.
I can't say I fell asleep, sorry, no. Let's say that out too.
All in favor, 14.4.
We said, we passed.
We did budget.
Well, I was doing it again in case you.
14.4. 14, we're at 14.
14.5, approval of RFP 2023-061-004 acquisition specialist.
Mr. Montano, is that just the preliminary advertisement or has it already been through the process?
It's already through the process. We have one person that submitted. You guys have the information in there. And so that's.
So just the one?
Just the one.
Okay.
The one company.
Mr. Antonio, do you see this individual working with the acquisition or the newly formed acquisition committee? Or how do you see this person working?
I would venture to say that would be one part of their job. This is a unique contract that they'll enter into because they will not get paid unless they produce.
Yes.
It is an outcomes based.
And that's great.
There's a
Dr. Davis.
If I may, board president, members of the board, I just want to share with you the confidential rate sheet. This is the first outcomes based bidding that we've done. Where the payment, as the superintendent said, is dependent on their outcomes. There is a base amount that they have down at the bottom that they would like to request hourly. With RFPs, we have the ability to negotiate that. And we can say we're not willing to pay 175, we're willing to pay 75 or whatever we want to come back with. But I found that the amounts above that, where they get a percentage of whatever grants they generate, that's the motivator. That's the outcomes based piece that we're really looking for. And that is also negotiable if the board chooses to approve this. And then what we'll do is we'll assign a dollar amount, like we'll go up to 20,000, 50,000, whatever that dollar amount is for the base. That will allow them that many hours, and then everything after that will be completely dependent on them bringing in funds.
So what is level 1, level 2, and level 3?
According to the respondent, that's the level of the person working. So if they've got people at the 3 different levels that have different skill sets, different resumes and background. The level 1 is lobbyists that used to work in the legislatures on large amounts, and it goes all the way down to the local community looking for donations coming from philanthropic commissions. So, again, this is negotiable. I would like to try and negotiate it down just a little bit, But as far as the rates and the percentages, I think those are pretty solid.
Fair market value.
Yeah.
Innovation.
It's actually
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah.
I guess I'll say that out loud, and then normally never be here, like I'm half asleep. But yeah, no, I think it's good, market value, we've been working, with these in the past, and I think they got a pretty good model here, and I think there is good incentive. It's good incentive to bring in the big dollars, to be honest with you. Yeah, the 0 to 5 are nice to have, but, those over 100s are, you know, I'm gonna shoot for those babies. Yeah. Especially the large amount of. Great. Any other motion, President? And you want this back?
Yeah, we want to, just, it will be on public record, but, Dr. James, just to be clear, is that this is just an example of what they're proposed. This is not final. Yes, but this is what was submitted in the RFP.
Yes, that's a good one. I think.
Hang on.
that's a good idea. But then, that's the cap, give them the word.
They're trying to figure out rates.
I would, for me, the tier 3 and the tier 2.
Are a little too high.
Those, I think those can
Come down.
can pull back some on it, not, and I'll leave that up to you guys. But,
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to accept this RFP with those 3 tiers being the cap. And allowing, yes,
That's the max.
allowing Dr.
Capped or half?
the cap. And allowing Dr. James and his team to negotiate lower rates if they can.
If able to.
Thank you, sir. We'll do that.
that's why we couldn't.
That gives you.
The max is not.
I second,
Close.
but I
Okay,
second,
well, let's hear
the
the
motion.
motion and how it breaks down.
okay.
So the motion is to make those caps.
And allow Dr. James and his team to negotiate lower rates if they.
Yeah, that gives them room to negotiate, and that's the cap of each one. So
Yeah,
that's
we want
only
to tie your hands, yeah.
Company, and I accepted them.
She diversifies, she uses subcontracts and stuff.
There's a motion, a second, all in favor,
Aye.
motion carries. Next item on the agenda is item number 13/item number 14, executive session. Is there a motion to move into executive session?
Mr. President, I make a motion to move into executive session.
I
Is there-
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're moving into executive session at 7:42.
Everybody sees your.
Everyone is some,
Yeah.
no lock the door. It was good. I love it.
And not only this.
Yeah. I'll lock it, okay, thank you.
Go on, I wouldn't remember.
There's plenty of planning and math office or.
I think so.
Yeah, because we're in executive session.
Yeah.
So when you come out, it's.
Oh, you guys are going to executive?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, good luck.
It's really tough.
Where's Glenn?
Where's Glenn? Where's Glenn? And I think Matt filled up his bowl, that's what they were.
It's a. Yeah, well,
Is there a possibility that we have to move those on the executive?
How getting them, you need.
Yes, you do that in. Then you will get that and I can.
Yeah, I'll start.
I'm sorry, there's a big league going on. You're gonna need more info, I feel.
Offline.
Is there another part after this?
Nope. Just
We're
report.
not really, they already did the action items. So yeah, they're not really gonna be. You go mute on this. I'm hitting the mute button. Maybe I can set more away from it.
Actually, this Game of Thrones said this is the batteries in the bed. With the batteries in Gwen had to walk all the way up to it.
I remember one time I was putting batteries in my calculators, put them all in wrong. And the kids are like, it's not working. This one little smart kid who looked at the battery, he goes, the batteries are in backwards.
All right. Anything else? I'll see you tomorrow, right? Oh, yeah. Tomorrow, okay. Wait, oh. I saw the name.
Do you want to take it? Yeah, but there is a taste. Is
Oh, well.
Are they gonna come back?
All right, too fun.
The action items and everything. Okay.
You want these off, Joanne? I think we still have a couple people on that are waiting. Oh, well, she's gonna get. This is probably fine, that's the cameras are being there. Hopefully have those really well anchored back there. Yeah, I hope so, right? Yeah.
You too. Come on. Oh, I think I put it in my box. What computer controls this? The one on your, over there on the seat. Matt's?
Oh, you put it back with it?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I left it over here because I was grabbing it. And you had muted it.
For the remote?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, John.
So now when does the district go on vacation?
Twenty-nine in the morning. Come on. I met me in Santa Ana go on the 26th. Or that's-
We wanna go where you're at.
We'll follow you.
Right.
So the announcement, so when we go on break, the staff and students, 9, 10, 11-month employees' last day is tomorrow. And then 12-month employees' last day is Friday. And then we'll be back, 12-month employees will report back January 5th. And all other employees will report back January 8th.
Oh, January.
I was out today with my teacher at Walgreens. She emptied a carton.
By
Why?
a teacher that,
Why we don't give off the week before and give off the week of January.
because of the.
Because of the 6th.
Exactly what they call.
Yeah, that's a huge.
Next item on the agenda is item number 16 is Jeremy.
Mr. President, I make a motion to adjourn.
All in favor? All in favor?
Thank you, guys. I mean.
She can stop getting them.